Mississippi House of Representatives is now in session. Please let the House come to order. Please stand as we led in prayer today by a guest minister to be introduced by the gentleman from Itawamba and remain standing thereafter for the pledge.
This morning, it's my pleasure to introduce my friend, my former pastor, and the head of the Moral Action Committee for the BMA in Mississippi. His name is Dr. John Adams.
May we pray. Our Father, I sense your presence here today, and I pray that your name will be hallowed. Father, I believe the best thing that I can do for these men and women today is to pray for them. Would you bless them to have the sweet Spirit of Christ in their lives? Make their testimonies strong for our Almighty God. And Father, I thank you that you have blessed Mississippi. I see progress, and I pray that we will continue to grow and mature as people of God living in a wonderful state. I pray for our governor, our lieutenant governor, our speaker, and each one of these legislators, that you will give them an unction from heaven. And we pray this in the name of Jesus Christ, God's Son. Amen.
Join me in the pledge. Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk.
There's the quorum present, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll have the reading of the journal. Gentleman from Rankin moves we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Report of select committees.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Report of standing committees.
We have reports on the calendar, Mr. Speaker.
Introductions of bills and constitutional amendments. Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the introductions.
Is there objection? Hearing none, we will do that. Resolution, petition, memorials, and other papers.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This time we'll have introductions of guests and visitors. Lady from Jones. She's not there. All right. Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the ladies and gentlemen of the House will help me make welcome David and Denise Wilson. I believe they're from Picayune. They're here visiting their capital today, and we want them to have a good experience.
Gentleman from Tishomingo, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the Military Affairs Committee, if you haven't responded to your invitation for lunch today, please do so. The National Guard's going to give us an update at lunch, so call Miss Lanice downstairs, and transportation is provided at 11:30. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other introductions? I don't see any. We will go to the calendar. Motion to reconsider calendar. Any chairman have an item here they wish to take up? Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Busby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 2, House Bill 1486, and reconsider the vote.
Motion is to reconsider the vote. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The bill is back before the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the gentleman from Montgomery has brought you an excellent bill here that our members of the military are very excited about. Deals with military CDL for our military personnel and our National Guard. Our National Guard asked to make a little change, and we have done that, and we cleared up some language that conflicted with federal law in existing language, nothing to do with what the gentleman from Montgomery brought us, but I saw as an opportunity to clean that up. That's an explanation of the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it.
Move passage.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurred on House Bill 1486. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Any other item? I don't see any. Appropriations? Passes. Ways and Means? Passes. Laid on the table calendar? Passes. General calendar, item number 1, Marine Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to call up House Bill 972, Committee Substitute.
The gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. You recognize, gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 972 will authorize the Secretary of State to conduct a pilot program for bottomland leasing to help increase oyster production in Hancock County. The leasing areas will include tonguing reefs from Bay St. Louis Railroad Bridge to Long Point and Telegraph Reef. The pilot program will be limited to Hancock County processors who operate in the waters of Hancock County, but if successful, could be expanded to other coastal counties. The initial lease period will be for 5 years with the right to renew for another 5 years. The proceeds of the leases will go to the Department of Resources to use for future oyster production. Mr. Speaker, that concludes an explanation of the bill.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurred on House Bill 972. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to call up House Bill number 1057.
You recognize.
Thank you. This bill just simply allows for the Department of Resources to lease up to 3,500 acres of tonguing reef, and also does some cleanup language, changing the word commission with the word department to reflect the current code. That concludes an explanation of the bill.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurred on House Bill 1057. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes.
Next item, item number 3, House Bill 1076.
You're recognized.
Thanks, sir. This bill deals with derelict vessels, and basically what this does is there's a procedural problem right now with DMR being able to deal with derelict vessels. So this broadens the definitions to include categories such as problem vessels, abandoned and unregistered vessels. It allows for DMR to work with cities and counties to remove these vessels, and also will allow DMR to apply for and receive federal funding. Mr. Speaker, that concludes an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurred on House Bill 1076. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. About 118 yeas and 3 nays, bill passes.
Mr. Speaker, next bill is House Bill 1077.
You recognize.
This bill simply allows aquaculture operations to license multiple vessels to one business due to the fact that businesses generally have more than one vessel in operation. It also eliminates the captain's license and eliminates the designation of alternate captain for all oyster licenses. It does not apply to bottom reefs and will not result in any fee increase in licensing. Mr. Speaker, that concludes an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1076. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Opposed machine, Madam Clerk, by vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Yes, sir. Item number 5, House Bill 1130.
You recognize.
Thank you. This just separates the combination of seafood dealer and processor license into 2 licenses. Only 1 license will be issued per business depending on the type of operation. There's no increase in fees that will result from this change, and the change is supported by the local seafood industry. That concludes an explanation of the bill.
I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1130. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 111 yeas and 5 nays, the bill passes. Ladies and gentlemen, we had a computer malfunction. We need to go back to item 3, 1076. Excuse me, item 4, 1077, and revote that bill. So it's now on the board. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Now we will return to item 6.
Mr. Speaker, we're going to pass on item number 6, and Marine Resources will yield the floor.
All right. That brings us to item 7, transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 7, House Bill 1002. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and engrossed, read the 3rd time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it.
Please recognize the gentleman from Prentice to handle the next 2 bills.
Gentleman from Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 7, House Bill 1002 is Memorial Highway designation in Copiah County for Carroll V. Hood as Memorial Highway. That is the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? I don't see any.
Move final passage.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurred on House Bill 1002. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hold that bill on the motion to reconsider.
The one we just passed?
Yes, sir.
All right, we can do that.
Thank you. Item number 8, House Bill 811. I'd like to call it up and ask the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules to be suspended. Bill considered and engrossed, read the 3rd time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the proper time.
You're recognized for an amendment.
You'd stand to your feet, ladies and gentlemen. This bill was somewhat generic in its form when it came forward, and the amendments actually add the language that's needed. This piece of legislation actually designates a segment of Interstate Highway 22 located in Rankin County, Mississippi, within the corporate limits of the city of Brandon, shall be designated known as the Deputy Travis O. Biddle Memorial Highway. Mr. Biddle was transporting some inmates to Portsmouth, and the inmates actually took a razor. They cut one of the restraints. They were able to apprehend Officer Biddle's firearm. They shot him 3 times and left him in the ditch on the side of the road dead. And today we honor him for his service and work in our great state, and he paid the ultimate price, no doubt, on his job. The second portion of this bill is someone that we all know, extremely well-known, and it's a young man that served in this house for 36 years. He sat right over here by this door, and every day when you came in, he had a smile, a kind heart, a gentle spirit about him. A gentleman named Representative Ray Rogers. He was the voice of the Pearl Pirates, and all of you have heard about that. He's the only man's hand that ever shook that played baseball with Mickey Mantle. And I thought that was a tremendous honor. He was a great man. He loved everyone in this body, always kind and gentle to everyone in this body. I never will forget Speaker Gunn actually giving him a baseball bat. It came from a little bit of Slugger plant. And Ray was so proud of that. It was designed to the spec and designed that he utilized when he played baseball. And I tell you, he was a dear friend, and I miss him today. I think a lot about him when I walk through those doors. His face ought to be there, and he ought to be there smiling at us and welcoming us to a new day. So it's an honor to designate a part of this highway in the city of Pearl at its intersection of Bierman Road, extending eastwardly to the intersection of the Pirates Cove, and it shall be designated and known as the Ray Rogers Memorial Highway. It's the last great thing we can do for our friend here. It's an honor to do it. Thank you. That's the explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any.
Move final passage.
Oh, is an amendment. Questions on the amendment?
Move for adoption of the amendment there.
I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 811. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry, what purpose you seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could we all be added to Representative Rogers?
Sure.
Thank
I
you.
think that would be appropriate. If you wish not to be on it, you can go by the clerk's office and remove your name. Brings us to item 9, public utilities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 9, House Bill 1028. It's been read the third time.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is a bill that we had before us last year. Just simply, the Public Service Commission back in 2016 and several other agencies were put under the provisions of Senate Bill 2362, which was a Budget Transparency Act. Made a lot of agencies, general fund agencies, where they were a special fund agency, and the Public Service Commission operates a lot more efficiently being a special fund agency. And we've passed this bill last year in the House 116-6. It's back before us this year. It does the same thing, and all it does is just takes him back to a special fund agency. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1028. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 113 yeas, 6 nays, bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 10, House Bill 1029, and it's been read the third time also.
You do have a committee substitute.
Yes, yeah.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman director now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to move to table the committee sub in lieu of a strike-all amendment.
Motion is to table. All those opposed have 5 minutes. Any opposed? All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the Broadband Accessibility Act, and it's gone through a lot, sort of morphed through this process. But what I bring you today is a bill that just establishes a broadband commission here in the state. What it would do is, obviously, through the coming years, with the amount of federal dollars that will be coming down, and possibly state dollars if we establish a grant program, we feel like that, or I feel like this, it should be a policy thing that we establish an office of broadband for these dollars to fall. And what this legislation simply does today, or this strike-all amendment does, is it creates this broadband commission. I'm going to go through it section by section and just hit the high points, but I will tell you that in this bill, in the strike-all, there are things that were in the committee sub for speed requirements and things like that That's no longer in the bill. All this is doing is just establishing the commission, and it does have, I want to add, a reverse repealer in it. But one on the line, in the strike-all line, and I've heard from a lot of y'all on this, you're concerned about, as we move forward with grant dollars, these dollars going to unserved areas, in the intent. On line 14 and 15 of the strike-all, we specifically say that we want these dollars, it's the intent of the legislature for these dollars to go to unserved areas. And that we also, the legislature realizes also that we understand what broadband access across the state means to the rural areas and far as emergency services, economic development, healthcare, and things like that. That's the intent in Section 2. In Section 3, we just have two definitions. One is what broadband internet service is, and then the commission, which I will explain to you starting in Section 4. Section 4 creates the Mississippi Broadband Commission. Okay, it will be an independent commission made up of 7 members. Of the 7 members, 3 would be appointed by the governor from each of the 3 Supreme Court districts. 4 would be appointed by the lieutenant governor, with 2 of those appointments being recommended by the Speaker of the House. The lieutenant governor's appointments would be from the 1st and 4th congressional districts. The Speaker's appointments would be from the 2nd and 3rd congressional districts. So it's a 7-member commission. They would follow staggered terms when they were appointed. And this commission would hire an executive director. So let me explain to you where I've come from on this. Setting up this commission, first of all, realizing there's a need for all of this money where it needs to fall, and we have an independent agency to administer this. But I looked a lot at what we did with the Lottery Commission when they established a commission and they established an executive director and they hired their executive director. Well, under this legislation, they would also hire, the commission would hire upon their appointment an executive director who would be responsible for the overall administration of the agency. They would be funded initially by an appropriation by the legislature, okay? Now, these grant funds that are coming down through the coming years, there's some caveats in there that allow for administration monies from these grants to be used for administration purposes. But initially, we would have an appropriation of the legislature to help start this agency. Just a couple of things about the executive director. He'd be in charge of the operations, the staffing, and administration of the office. Would require a bachelor's degree, 5 years of managerial experience with thorough knowledge of the telecommunications and the utility industry. And it also further stipulates that the executive director shall possess experience in reviewing and administering grants and or financial applications for the purpose of public projects, which this is where all these grant monies would fall into. Beginning on line 114, it just says what the commission and executive director would be responsible for. They could enter into contracts with other state agencies or outside legal, accounting, or engineering firms for guidance or input into reviewing these grants and everything. They would be on line 122, they'd be responsible for receiving, administering, and overseeing all the federal and any applicable state grant programs with regard to broadband deployment in the state. So they would operate under the Administrative Procedure Rules Act, and that's what the commission would do. They would basically, in a nutshell, they would receive, they would review, and they would administer broadband grants from the internet service providers in the state. Now, I want to be clear, and I want everybody to understand this right now and listen to me. These grants will be competitive grants. Any internet service provider could apply for them. And it's technology neutral. It's not limited to fiber. It's not limited to cable. It could be fixed wireless. It could be FM transmission technology. It could be satellite. But any It's technology neutral, so any provider could apply for these grant funds, and any provider, regardless of their technology, would be technology neutral. This commission would review the applications based on service. Obviously, I want to focus as we move forward, since this bill does have a reverse repealer in it. I want to focus on the unserved areas. For the last 2 years, I've heard from so many of you, the gentle lady from Jones, the gentle ladies from Hines, the gentleman from Wayne, a lot of you have said, I just have no service here in my areas. We want to focus on the unserved areas, okay? We don't, right now, these grant programs coming down will have definitions in them on what an unserved area is defined as, but as we move forward through the process and we work with the Senate has passed a bill that basically establishes a commission, but it's a little bit different from ours. But we want to take it to conference. I want to hear from all of you. I want you to, if you've got concerns, if you've got a way we can do this, I'm certainly not the czar on this, okay? But I will certainly open any time for you to visit with me, and let's talk about what we need to do ultimately to get what's going to be over the next 4 to 6 years close to $2 billion out to the public. And
time has expired on this.
2 minutes.
Okay, I'll allow another 2 minutes.
And this is just the first step, ladies and gentlemen. There's nothing heinous in this bill. We want to move it forward. We want to work with the Senate. We create a special fund in the state treasury for these dollars to fall. And if we get this bill passed, or we get a bill passed, we go to conference and get something passed, it'd be my intent for them to begin to have their work, start their work by August the 1st of this year. And that does have, and it does have a reverse repealer in it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that's a quick overview of the strike all. We're just establishing the commission as I described, and we are describing what the duties of the commission would be. Any speed requirements and anything else that's been taken out of the bill, out of the strike all, and what I'd like to do is, the Senate has passed a bill that's similar. It's got some different things in it that will be coming to us, but allow us to pass this, and let's move on. Let's get this, let's get something started that will allow the gentle ladies from Hines, will allow the gentleman from Wayne, the gentle lady from Jones, and all of you that have come to me and said, what can I do to get broadband out to my people? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to focus on the unserved areas as we move forward through conference. So just bear with us. I'm telling you, I'm not bringing you anything heinous this morning. I'm bringing you a first step, because this is major policy, ladies and gentlemen. We're talking about administering close, or being responsible for close to $2 billion over the 6 years that will be coming down for broadband deployment in Mississippi. And that's an explanation of the strike all. Mr. Speaker, and I'll entertain any questions.
Question, time has expired on the strike all. Question now recurs on the strike all. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Yes, sir.
Amendment.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. What now?
I had an amendment and I had.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I did not realize that. Well, my bad. Gentleman has an amendment he wishes to offer. We need to.
Hello, how are you?
Okay, you're recognized for your amendment, gentlemen.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I had a couple of questions for the gentleman. I think I want to applaud him on the time and the effort he spent on this bill. This is, my amendment addresses something I'm concerned about. I represent a lot of rural areas, as a lot of you do as well. In the bill, on line 19, it says to expand and upgrade. My concern is 40% of the state doesn't have anything. There's nothing to upgrade, not a thing. And we're taking billions of dollars of federal money that we're going to use to provide broadband to people who don't have it. And I don't see, if all we're doing is going to unserved, not underserved, unserved areas, there shouldn't be anything in there about upgrading. Now, if we want to upgrade, companies want to upgrade, they can take their private money and do that, and they can use it. But if we're giving money away, and that's what we're doing, we're giving money away, let's give it to people who have nothing. That's all we should spend it on people who have nothing. And so I think the intent of the chairman is to do that. I just don't want confusing language. If that's all you're going to do is go to unserved areas, then we don't need any language in there about upgrade. I would just ask that we do that. I know there's a reverse repeal in it, but I would like that assurances for the House as we go into negotiations. But at the very least, let's consider that we're getting ready to spend one-time money. We're getting ready to give it to private companies to provide internet service, and if they're going to get free money to build something that they're going to make money on, then let's give them money to do something where there is nothing being done. We don't need to give people money to overbuild, to put to make the service they're giving, making it better. That's an expense that they bear. Our job is to make sure we serve people who are not being served. So I would ask you to support the amendment.
Recognize the chairman to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, and I appreciate the gentleman's intent, and I don't really have a problem with the amendment, but I will say this, that some of these programs that are coming down, the BEAD program and some of those other programs are going to have provisions in there where providers can build better service where service already is. But I don't have a problem with the amendment. We will go ahead. I don't oppose the amendment, but I will tell you that at the end of the day, we're going to have to follow, if we're going to take this money, we're going to have to follow what, if the regulations say that they can go somewhere where there's a slow internet speed right now and improve that to the standards that are in the grant program, that's what will be able to happen. But as we go through the process, I don't oppose the amendment. We'll work on it and see where we go.
You wish to close? Does not. Question occurs on amendment. If you favor the amendment, indicate saying aye. Opposed, nay. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. All right. Anything further on the strike all? Any further amendments? Once the strike all is passed, no further amendments are allowed. Okay, I don't see any. Question occurs on the strike all. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Now the bill. Questions on the bill? Jump from Rankin, Mr. Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen,
Yes, sir.
All right. So I've had some members texting me. So what we're doing is we're just setting up the commission and nothing else.
That's it. Yeah, we're setting up the commission, gentlemen, and I think I went through, it'd be 7 members, told you how they were appointed, and told you what the responsibilities of the commission would be. They would review, first of all, we create the fund for the money to fall, okay? And then they would review applications from any internet service provider, any internet technology or broadband technology. And it is, again, technology neutral. It specifies it in the strike all, and it is on competitive grants. And I say on competitive grants, as we move through the process, obviously, if we have an entity where it's rural telco or cable or co-ops or whatever, I mean, it doesn't specify in the bill, but as we move through the process, if we've got $100 million to be awarded somewhere, and let's just say cable wanted to match it with $100 million, that's $200 million that application ought to be weighted heavier than something else.
Oh, I'm with you. I was just saving you a few questions.
Yeah, okay. That's, does that answer your question, gentlemen?
It answers my question.
Okay.
Jump from Scott, Mr. Miles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield?
Yes.
So my question is, I think your situation may be similar to mine. Some of these areas, a part of the state, the co-ops and different things decided not to do that. So if a private company, whether if it was cable, whether if it was another company of whatever sort wanted to come in, could they apply
Yes.
even in that area for
Yes.
those people that are needed?
Yes, I mean, it's a competitive grant process, and gentlemen, I will tell you, there's going to be areas that fiber will not be, I mean, she just won't be fiscally responsible or fiscally able to do, a company won't be able to do. But that doesn't mean that a technology like fixed wireless, like I know down in the southern part of my district, in the northern part of your district, you got a company that is doing that. I've met with a gentleman that has an idea for FM technology. It uses a frequency on the FM band, and that's I never heard of that, but he says the technology works. So whatever we've got to do to get it out there to the people that don't have it, that's what we're trying. As we make this first step right here, that's what we're trying to do, gentlemen.
And your intent with the legislation as it moves forward is for those areas that don't have anything to get them.
Absolutely. And again, I want to remind everyone that there's in every pot of money that we have or that will be coming down, there are restrictions in it, okay? So we don't need to make any restrictions at the state level that's more restrictive than what the federal regulations require, okay? But it's very open-ended on the grant program or the money, pots of money coming down about it being technology neutral.
Thank you.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks. Introduction, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, if you would help me recognize one of my dearest friends, lifelong friends, the Executive Director of the Mid-South Transplant Foundation, Ms. Kim Van Frank. They are here today representing Donate Life Mississippi, which promotes organ donation. They save lives all across the Mid-South every day, and I'd encourage you to make sure you're an organ donor on your driver's license next time you go in to renew.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for your work on this bill. Just had a couple of questions, and you and I have talked about the areas in my district, particularly around Terry. And I just want to understand this whole unserved versus underserved piece. So I have some constituents that on one street that can get on the internet, and then right around the corner, they can't get on the internet. Will this bill provide them the access that they need to be able to get on the internet?
Lady, it will certainly give an avenue for a company to provide that internet service, okay? Now, so let me say this. Here again, it may not be feasible for whatever company to, and you and I have talked about it, to have, they may not have built out service on an area where you don't have it. This would definitely, if there is no service there at all, and we're focusing on the unserved areas, whether it's in a city or out in a rural area or whatever, I definitely think this is a great starting point to be able to address that. And you and I have talked about that a lot, along with your desk mate there, the other gentle lady from Hines, and we've talked about that. So I want to focus as we move forward. There are no definitions of unserved or underserved in this legislation, but as we move forward, we will look at that. Now, let me follow up with this. When we did the CARES Act legislation back in 2020, we allowed the public utility staff at that time, they said where the unserved and underserved areas were, okay? So I don't know what we're looking at as we move forward, because there's really no federal definition of what an unserved or underserved area is. So I think as we move forward, we're going to have to adopt an unserved definition as it pertains to this policy here in the state of Mississippi, as long as it's not more restricted than what the federal guidelines allow. Does that answer your question?
That answers my question. And you mentioned earlier about this being technology neutral.
Right.
Is that just regulated to fiber technology?
No, ma'am.
No,
When I use the term technology neutral, what I mean is that anybody that provides a broadband service, whether it be cable, which would be probably coax, it could be fiber, or the co-ops, which are fiber, or as a gentleman from Scott just alluded to, we've got a company down in our southern part of our county, northern part of his, that use fixed wireless, and what that is basically is that they are transmitting a signal from a tower to a tower to a tower, and you can pay and intercept that signal along there. And then, as I mentioned also, I did not know, but I had a gentleman come to me before Christmas, and he is working on an FM technology that you would tune to an FM frequency on your radio or equipment. And here again, you could get it from that. So we want to be sure. We don't want to limit it to fiber, lady. We don't want to limit it to anything. We want it to, at the end of the day, we want to get something out there to the people who don't have it, however we can get it out there.
Okay. And last question, I see where some states have used some funding to replace utility poles as part of their broadband infrastructure situation. Will this money apply for that as well?
I have not looked specifically real in-depth at the programs, but for replacing infrastructure on like that, I'm going to say no, okay? But I need to get that answer for you because I do not know, lady.
Okay.
But I can get that answer for you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Jim from Tallahatchie, Mr. Rosebud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yeah, yes, sir.
So with what we're working on, are there any provisions to look at the inaccurate maps that we have that create underserved and
Unserved and underserved.
unserved and underserved? Because as you know, the reason that we have these areas is because the maps are inaccurate. You know, we can pass all these things all night, all day, or whatever, but if we don't address that, because I personally have an issue with it. Because in my yard.
Gentlemen, I will agree with you 100%. I will tell you what is primarily being used right now by the FCC is so antiquated and out of date that it shouldn't be used. But some of the grant programs say that it has to be followed, but some of the grant programs also are allowing, I know there's a group, NTAI or NTIA or something that's coming out with a more concise mapping and GSI. And I would envision, gentlemen, under this, that the commission would work with the public utility staff real close, work with the Public Service Commission real close to determine the most current federally recognized definition of unserved and underserved areas. And that's where we want to focus on when we start building out and deploying under these broadband grant dollars.
So my next question is, with the individuals receiving these funds, especially when we're talking about upgrading, they're giving funds based upon the fact that they're covering certain areas. However, they're not covering them because of these maps. Do we have provisions that's going to say that these entities will determine true locations, not unfactual locations?
Gentlemen, I assure you we would do our best to do that. I mean, there are no provisions in this legislation right here, right now that allow for that. But I assure you that we will use, and it will be a charge of the commission as we go through the process, that we will use the most accurate and most up-to-date mapping data that we can to deploy broadband. I mean, I can't be more clear about what my intent and what my commitment is to do that, because I've heard from y'all for the last 2 years, and I understand I have it in my area. I have it in my county. I have areas that don't have it right now. And so I understand, gentlemen.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay. I move final passage, Mr. Speaker, but I would like to make one more comment if I could.
Well, you're at the well. You can do what you like, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, look, this is a start, okay? This is a start. Let's move this on. The Senate has passed the bill. They're going to send it to us. I assure you that we will work to do what we can to get the maximum potential use out of these grant dollars as we move forward. And just hang on. You ain't got nothing to do. All right, so just stay with us, and we're going to do all we can. I move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
All right, gentleman moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1029. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 110 yeas, 6 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Yancey, what purpose? Introduction, you're recognized.
I have 3 introductions, Mr. Speaker. Number 1, we're happy to have our doctor of the day, Dr. Loretta Jackson, with us. Dr. Jackson lives in Flowood in my district. She's originally from Indianola. She's the Vice Dean for Medical Education at UMMC and a professor there. Please help me make her welcome. I'd also like to recognize my friend Kevin Stump with Donate Life Mississippi. Glad to have him here with us today. Also, they're serving lunch in room 113 after recess, and you're all invited to go down there for lunch after recess in 113. Help me make him welcome. And in the North Gallery, I see my friend Marty Milstead and a group of automobile dealers from all the way across the state, from Corinth to the Gulf Coast. We're glad to have all you guys and gals with us today.
Jim Jackson, Mr. Reed. Not there. Jim Harrison, Mr. Haney.
Introduction.
Yes, sir.
Along that auto dealers is a gentleman and myself and the coast delegation, Jonathan Allen on the far left there. He's owns Toyota place there on the coast, and he's the chairman of the board of directors of the auto dealers. Thank you for coming to the Capitol.
Gentleman from Sunflower, Mr. Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to make a point of personal privilege. The gentleman from Rankin did announce our doctor of the day, but I want the House to be reminded that she is a native of Indianola. He kind of skated over that. I just wanted to make sure
All right.
that everyone knows that she did come from the crown of the Delta, Indianola.
Right. Thank you, sir. All right, we will return to the calendar. Takes us down to item 11, Marine Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up House Bill number 1320.
You're recognized.
This bill simply takes Jackson County and Cat Island from a half-mile buffer using a per se net to a 2-mile buffer. But, Mr. Speaker, I do have an amendment at the appropriate time.
You're recognized.
The amendment will take the language in the bill from a 2-mile buffer to a 1-mile buffer, which will reflect the buffers that currently exist in Hancock and Harrison County. Mr. Speaker, that concludes an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. In favor of the amendment indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
No, sir.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurred on House Bill 1320. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. If everyone voted, close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 113 yeas and 4 nays, the bill passes. Takes us down to item 12, Medicaid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, the bill that we have before us right now is House Bill 657.
You got a committee sub, gentlemen, you wish to adopt it.
Yes.
Gentlemen, moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 657 brings forward several code sections with regard to Medicaid. What I do is I want to turn your attention to line 1157, which addresses the rate freeze that was enacted in last legislative session. And what this does is we delete the language of that freeze and we allow that it to be increased or decreased. And how we're going to accomplish this is this, that when the Division of Medicaid would like to have an increase or decrease, which means increase, decrease, or any change of payments or payments methodologies or any rates, that they must notify the members of the House Appropriations and Medicaid Committee and members of those committees. They must give us written notice within 30 days of what those changes are. Within 7 days, we must provide a response to them. And within 14 days, we can have a hearing in Medicaid to discuss those changes. So this will give all members of the committees and legislature a chance to review these proposed changes. This will give you input. Last session, when we had the commission bill and when we had other individuals that came forward, they've asked, how do I have a say? How do I have an opportunity to have input into whether some of these increases or decreases go into effect? This will allow your providers and your individuals back home, if you give a chance to have a representation and have input. We will have to have the committee meeting within 14 days. Within 7 days, the committee will issue their findings, whether they approve or disapprove of those changes of rate increase or decrease. That will give the division the rest of the remainder of the 30 days to either make the changes or not. The division can make these changes, or they don't have to make the changes. But if they don't make the changes, they have to put their reasons in writing to the chairman of Medicaid and Appropriations. And if they do make the changes, they'll put those changes in writing as well. One thing that must be noted is there will be no veto, or overriding authority, or nullification of what the division would like to do. This is good policy, ladies and gentlemen of the House. We have an agency that has a $6 billion budget that has no other voting board members like education or governed by a board. This will give you an opportunity to have input into what is increased or decreased. There's no argument against separation of powers. This is merely just oversight and transparency. And so if you like transparency, you're going to like this bill because it's going to give you input and have a chance to have a say and have the division or the director come over to the committee and testify. So that's the major change I want to point out. We're also on line 176, there is a drug use board. We're going to put 2 appointments by the Speaker and 2 appointments by the Lieutenant Governor. There's also a Pharmacy and Therapeutics Board on line 210. We're going to give the Lieutenant Governor 2 appointments and the Speaker as well. We're also going to put any prior approval recommendation by the Pharmacy and Therapeutics Board. We'll also have to give the notice to the committees. It's going to be the same procedure as that. Also, on line 1157, line 1802, any rule that the Division of Medicaid makes, they'll provide the same type of notice to all members of the Medicaid and Appropriations Committee. We'll have an opportunity to call a meeting if we want. Any state plan amendment, it's going to go like that as well, same procedure. Any waiver or grant plan that they want to propose, it's the same procedure. And any optional grant or discontinuation of services, it will be the same procedure. And ladies and gentlemen, that's an explanation of the bill.
Don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 657. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By 112 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
House Bill
Medicaid.
658.
You have a committee sub, gentlemen. You wish to adopt it?
Yes.
Gentlemen, moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, there's no changes to the rate increase or decrease. This section only deals with section 117. And I would like to note that if you received a call back in July this year about a rate freeze, this is the exact same language that we proposed to providers if we had been called back into a special session. But the governor chose not to call that special session. But this is the exact language that we had right here that this body has brought forward. There is no veto, no nullification. This is just good, transparent government. It's good policy when you have a $6 billion budget that's not controlled by any board members or any open transparency. And so that's an explanation of the bill. I just wanted everybody in this body to be aware that this was the exact language that was proposed earlier in the year.
Any questions on the good, transparent bill? The lady from Lincoln has an amendment, apparently.
I'd like to ask the clerk to read the amendment.
Madam Clerk, you're recognized to read the amendment.
Amendment number 1 by Representative Curry, amend after line 1181 by inserting the following. Notwithstanding any other provision of law to the contrary, the Division of Medicaid shall not execute a contract or make capitated payments for services provided under this subsection H with any entity which has executed a settlement agreement with the state of Mississippi or any other state to repay over $50 million related to allegations of fraud, waste, abuse, or overpayments in the state's Medicaid program. In addition to the managed care entities with which the division has contracted as of January 1, 2022, to provide Medicaid services on a capitated basis under a managed care program or coordinated care program implemented by the division under this subsection H. The division shall select a Mississippi nonprofit corporation to provide Medicaid services on a capitated basis under this subsection H. Amend the title to conform.
Ladies recognized.
Thank you. I'm not here to do away with Mississippi Can, though I think everybody in here knows how I feel about it. But I am doing away with doing business with a company who took $55 million of our money that was supposed to be spent on the poor, the sick, the elderly, the mentally ill, the disabled. Last year in 2021, Centene brought in a $126 billion profit. They are in other states, that's not just from us. But that's all taxpayers' money. They don't make anything, they don't take care of anybody, they don't do anything. They just get taxpayers' money from states, and they brought in $126 billion. I sent this out to you this summer, but I do want to read an article that was printed. It's from a meeting that the CEO had with his board members and employees. Centene Michael Neerdoff, chairman and CEO, scandals involving the company, said profits are our top priority. Not taking care of children, postpartum women, or anybody else, but profits. I added that line. Coordinating government health care for poor has been very, very good to Michael Neerdoff. By one measure, he's the country's top paid health care executive, making $25 million a year or $8,000 an hour. Mr. Neerdoff earlier this month bluntly told investors that his absolute priority was to grow net profit and executive pay as fast as he could sustainably do so. So what that means is he's promising you that he is going to take more of your taxpayer dollars. He's going to not pay your hospitals, and I can promise you that everybody in this room, Centene owes them money, their hospital money, their doctors, their dentists, their children's advocacy centers, mental health, your local mental health facilities. They owe everybody. Their plan is to not pay you. The more they don't pay you, the more they keep. Earlier this month, Centene announced that it would spend, well, not this month, this was in the article, $125 billion settling claims of dishonest dealings with 22 state Medicaid systems. They knew and set aside $1.25 billion because they got caught. In any of these things, if they had bothered one time to say, you know, this year, let's take care of patients. Our profits may not have been so good, but let's take care of patients. I may not be standing here, but I never saw that. I never saw that. I just don't want us to continue to pay providers or managed care companies when they don't take care of us.
Lady's time has expired on her amendment. I recognize the chairman to respond.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I appreciate the lady's amendment. I wish the lady would have came to me prior to this to discuss it. But one of the main issues that we've heard over the past session is whether we want to have to do something with the rate freeze. And what this bill does is it's made effective upon passage. So if we send a clean bill over to the Senate with good, transparent government in it, and it's good policy, then we can get some relief to some of our nursing homes, our pharmacists, and other individuals. What this is going to do is complicate the bill, and what I did with 117, I brought this bill forward to go ahead and get it passed effective upon passage. And so I would ask that you oppose the amendment. I will work with the lady in conference to see what we can do as moving forward, but I'm trying to keep this a clean bill. I'm trying to keep it a clean bill, and so I would ask you to oppose it.
Recognize the author to close.
Thank you. This contract is going to be signed in March. If we don't do it today, we're in for another 3 to 5 years with this company. Also, in my amendment, I said that we needed a nonprofit company from Mississippi to take the place of this company. A nonprofit company from our state where our dollars don't go to St. Louis, Missouri. If we don't do it today, if you want your hospitals to continue not be paid, your doctors and so forth, don't vote for it. Thank you.
All right, question now occurs on amendment, I'm sorry, Gentleman Jones, did you, well, time has expired. Question now occurs on Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment is adopted. Anything further on the bill?
Final passage.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 658. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 113 yeas, 4 nays, bill passes. Next item, elections.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hear item number 14, House Bill 1352, and call it up.
You're recognized.
All right, I'd like for you to recognize the gentleman from Rankin.
Gentleman from Rankin, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 1352 is going to be for our statewide voter rolls fees. What we're doing is we're changing this up a little bit. These are fees that are paid to the Secretary of State for your voter roll. All right, I'm going to go through what they're going to be. An individual voter can get their own voter information for free. Voter registration files shall be made available to government entities for the purpose of jury selection. That will be free. A candidate, all of us, we can get the, well, I lost my place. We can get it, or the political party can get it for $500 fee. Any person that's not a candidate or agent of the state will pay a $2,500 fee, and monies collected by the Secretary of State for this voter registration files will be deposited in the election support fund established in this bill. And what that is, 70% of these fees will go back to counties, 30% will go to the Secretary of State. All of that will go to help with elections. And I have an amendment at the proper time.
Question. Oh, you have an amendment? You're recognized.
I'll explain the amendment. On line 40 through 43, we inadvertently put some citizenship language in this bill that we're going to remove. We're going to take care of that on the next bill.
Questions? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
No, sir.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman DeSoto, Mr. Criswell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I just want to make clear, I'm looking at line 117, and you may have said it, but I may have missed it because I was trying to read through here. A candidate who wants to go get the voter registration rolls for his district, is it $500?
Correct.
Okay, so how does this affect, like, I don't know, the other services that you use to get voter rolls and things like that? They're going to pay the $500, or if I just want to go get my own, it's $500
for your district,
so
or any district as a candidate.
Okay, thank you.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. I can't remember which line it's on, but there's a portion in this bill that talks about citizenship.
The amendment just removed that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
We'll have that conversation in the next one.
Am I still on? Oh, thank you, Mr. Clerk. We passed a bill not too long ago that prohibits any funds being provided to officials that conduct elections for voter education. However, in this bill, monies would be provided to the Secretary of State from political parties or whoever's requesting these voter files to do voter education.
Correct. That's
So
already.
how can we have both in the same?
Well, these are fees collected by the Secretary of State, which is already in law, but right now 50% goes to the county and 50% goes to Secretary of State. So what we're doing is we're increasing the amount of money that the counties get to 70% and 30% to Secretary of State. So that's already law, and these are fees also derived from LLCs that have to register and pay their fees. All those fees have already been in place.
Right, but I just want to be clear that on the previous bill, we cannot provide any services, money, grant, anything to election commissioners, circuit clerks that are conducting elections for voter education. But the Secretary of State will be able to use monies collected to provide voter education.
Correct. That's like I said, that's current law. I can't speak to your other language that we did yesterday because I didn't present it and I hadn't thoroughly gone through that. So.
Now, we received testimony from the Secretary of State back in 2020 that said that he was working with the federal government for election security, and he believed that he had gotten what he needed for that. But in this bill, we're providing more money for him to do so-called election security. What more election security does he need to do?
Actually, we're providing him less money. We're providing more money to the counties.
Okay, that's not what the bill said.
Right now, current law is 50% of these fees go to the Secretary of State. We are down, lowering that to 30% and giving the counties the bump.
So the counties will be doing election security plus the Secretary of State.
Well, they'll use these monies to upgrade their systems or whatever they need to do. They can do, education or stuff like that. But I mean, all of this is current law. We're just giving an extra 20% to the counties.
And these requests for the files, does that preclude you from getting an electronic file? Would you still have to pay money for the electronic file?
Any files you get, as far as the voter files, yes, that is what we're talking about right here, whether it's written or electronic.
Does it preclude you from requesting it from the commissioner? Is it only for Secretary of State, or can you go to the commissioner and request the file?
Hold on. Okay, you can still get it from the commissioner of the counties.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Jim from Harrison, Mr. Haney.
Thank you. Gentleman Hill?
Yes, sir.
Just for clarifying, now if I go to my clerk's office, pay them so much per name, can I still do that? Won't interfere what we're doing there?
Okay, say that again now.
I go to my clerk's office, I can pay them so much per name, per 1,000 names or whatever. Is that going to change anything? This bill change me doing that now?
No, I mean, you have a $500 fee as a candidate. Now, if you're, as an individual, you can get your own file for free. But as a candidate, we're going to have to pay $500 to get the files of all the voters in your district. So, and then anybody who's not a candidate would have to pay $2,500.
So you're telling me that I can't, it's going to go down to the clerk's office, same fee, is what I just want to clarify.
Right.
Thank you.
Jim from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, yield, please.
Yes, sir.
Two questions. Will the media, in obtaining the voter information, be required to pay to receive it as well?
According to this law, they will, yes.
What level will they be required
They'd be the
to pay?
$2,500.
And what entity in the county would the funds be given to, directed to? What
You talking about
entity in the county?
The fees collected?
Yes.
They would go to your election commissioner in the county. So basically, it would go to your supervisor who would allocate it. I'm assuming it would go to the supervisor who would allocate it to your election commissioners.
Commissioners, yeah. Thank you.
Jim from Forest, Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the Chairman would yield,
Yes, sir.
so that I will understand this. Now, you're saying that this is public information. Let me just ask the question first. It's public information.
Well, your voter record is actually, I'm pretty sure it's private. Correct. Yeah, under the the Mississippi, hold on, let me find it. Voter registration files are under the Mississippi Public Records Act. Yes.
Okay, so it's public information.
Correct.
And we are actually charging an individual who is not a representative associated with a candidate at a extremely higher rate than we're charging a candidate.
Correct.
Okay, what is the basis for that?
Well, I'll tell you part of it. Number one is raise a little funds for the counties and such, but for instance, Alabama charges $37,000 for this information.
Yeah, we're talking about Mississippi though.
No. But I'm saying there's a basis to try and get these counties and the Secretary of State a little bit more money through these fees.
There's no penalty associated with the amount that's charged.
How do you, no penalty?
Yeah, I'm just saying, you're saying individual candidate can get it for $500.
Right.
But then if you are not a candidate, you're just a member of the public, you had to pay $2,500 for it.
Correct.
Okay. And I'm just saying, is it to penalize or is it to raise money?
I think part of it is to raise money. Let's just be honest. I mean, we're raising money, but I think a lot of it is to take a little bit of burden off the Secretary of State with a lot of out-of-state people coming in to get these voter rolls for mail-outs and stuff like that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurred on House Bill 1352. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 64 yeas, 46 nays, the bill passes. Have a special introduction I'd like. Oh, I'm sorry, it was a 3/5 vote, so it did fail. Bill failed. I have a special introduction I'd like to make. In the South Gallery, we have a special guest joining us this week, a gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Ladner. All right, we'll go to the next item. Yes, sir. Gentleman Jackson, Mr. Zuber, what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction out of order,
Yes,
if I may.
sir.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, please help me make welcome some special citizens that we have in the North Gallery. We have Lee Worsham, we have Hannah Cook, Tamaya Dunklin, Diana Coons, Stephen Riles, Chris Howard, Kevin Bishop, Dino Harrison, and Faye Culper. They are all members of a partnership called Project Search, which offers internships to students with disabilities to help them with possible employment.
Jim from Adams, what purpose you seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, just procedurally, House Bill 1510 is about to be brought forward, and they're going to offer committee sub. I have an amendment. I can't offer it after. I need to let you know I got an amendment from the committee.
Gotcha.
Thanks.
All right, next item.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We got item 15, House Bill number 1510, to call it out.
You're recognized.
I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Rankin.
Gentleman Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm presenting a strike all on this bill.
You're recognized for your amendment.
All right. This has the election support fund, like I told you all a minute ago, the 70-30. So we'll raise the fees again, but at least the counties will get more money. All right. Citizen verification is in this bill. What we want to do is authorize election officials to compare the statewide election management system with the driver's license database. This ensures that only United States citizens register to vote in Mississippi. If someone is flagged with the driver's license database as non-citizens, the register of the county will cross-check the name with the United States for Immigration Services. They will then the register will then give the person 30 days notice to come provide proof of citizenship with documents including a birth certificate, U.S. passport, naturalization documents, or any method of proof established by the Federal Immigration Reform and Control Act of 1986. All right. The second part of the bill is going to codify the federal voter roll maintenance procedures. What this does is it puts into Mississippi law the federal law for the Voter Registration Act of 1993. These procedures are already in practice in Mississippi, and under federal law, this bill would codify with the procedures in the law. The reason we're doing this is if the feds decide to change, and they've got an H1 and an S1, if they decide to pass something, we have nothing codified to continue maintaining our voter rolls. The voter would actually have to ask to be removed from the voter roll. So that's what we're doing with this strike-off. We removed a lot of language, that controversial language in this. We're just trying to codify the federal level. And that's an explanation of the strike-off.
Questions on the strike-off? Gentleman DeSoto, Mr. Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will gentleman yield?
Yes, but let me say one thing first. I forgot to tell you, we put a reverse repealer in this strike-off.
Did we just put the language back in this bill from the previous bill that was just defeated?
No.
It did not?
The previous bill dealt with fees.
Okay.
What we did with this one was we changed, originally it was 50% of that money goes to Secretary of State, 50% goes to the county. We wanted to make sure that we could get the counties the 70% bump, so we put that language in this bill as well.
Okay.
We just took out the fees out of this bill, so.
All right, thank you.
Gentleman from Tallahatchie, Mr. Rosebud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
So what happens with the individuals that doesn't have driver's license?
They can bring a birth certificate, a passport. We had some other stuff in there. Let's see. Yeah, this is current federal requirements. All right. Birth certificate, passport, nationalization documentation, or any method of proof of citizenship established by the Federal Immigration Reform and Control Act. So this is federal law stating what you can bring to prove it.
So this is asking questions of anybody that walks into a polling place that's questionable, or is it specific to a specific group of individuals?
No, if you're already registered to vote, you're going to have to show your ID at the polling place anyway. What this is trying to catch is people registering to vote and flag them as a non-citizen.
Thank you, John.
Jump from Hines, Mr. Bill. Passes. A lady from Pearl River, Ms. Wilkes.
Thank you. Gentlemen, will you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you say that y'all removed the language that took the local control away and gave it to the state, or is that still in there?
It's not in here.
Okay, great. Thank you, sir.
Jump from Madison, Mr. Black.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, yield.
Yes, sir.
The strike-all. Does the strike-all have that language in there about audit? Is that still there?
About what?
Auditing.
No, we took that out.
All this out?
We took that out. We took the Ohio law out, which was the purge. If you don't vote, that's out. We took pretty much most of the controversial stuff out of it.
You took all of the bad stuff out?
Yes, sir. We took some good stuff out too, I might add.
It's a good deal. You can vote for it.
Okay. Well, I asked because I was sitting here reading this bill that's originally introduced, and I was getting ready to ask about a couple dozen questions, but then you came up with your strike-all, and I was trying to gather how much of the strike-all left in the original language from the original bill.
I tell you what, I'll hand you the strike-off if you'd like to read through it. And I'll say this, I met with the gentleman from Adams, and he read through this. He's probably going to ask me a few questions. That I put the reverse repealer in for him, so that will take care of probably most of your stuff.
Gentleman's time has expired. Jim from Adams indicates he has an amendment. I'm going to recognize him. Lady from Hines, what purpose you seek recognition?
I have a question. I'll do it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Jim from Adams has an amendment. We're going to recognize him.
Here's the strike. This is the strike. That's the one he just talked about.
And I'll email you one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I proceed?
Yes, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to first thank the chairman. We've been working on this bill, and he's been very amenable, and he's been working hard on it. And I think he has greatly improved the bill. There's one section that gives me some concern, and we'll continue to work on it, but Section 5. So in Section 5, this is part of this whole purging process, some of it which was left in there, and he's going to continue to work on it, but this is a chance for us to correct it. So if you haven't voted in an election in 2 years, a statewide or federal, you receive notice, and if you don't answer that notice, then they put you on an inactive list. And so some of that is attributable to a person having a change of address, but the most important thing about it is it just makes it harder for people who may be moving, going to different places, ready to vote, can vote by affidavit or just go and vote, and now they just take you off the list. That you may have missed something in the mail and they just take you off the list. Then the only way to get off the inactive list, if you don't return the card to update your registration, there really is no way that I can see in this provision, and maybe they'll continue to work on it and work it in there, but I don't want to vote for anything that's going to make it harder for people to be registered to vote or make it harder for people to vote. If you're a U.S. citizen, you live in the state of Mississippi, you live in that precinct, but you may have moved to an apartment down the street and they sent a notice that somebody throws your mail in the garbage, so you go to vote and you find out you're on an inactive status. I just think there's a cleaner way to do it. I don't think we ought to try to find ways to keep people from voting, and I don't think that's healthy. After you go on the active list, they set up a 4-year process that they'll just purge you altogether. You just gone. And you may be right there, ready to go. And you might be a person that working 12-hour shifts or working 2 jobs, and maybe you missed 2 elections. But it doesn't mean you're not interested, doesn't mean you're not civic minded, doesn't mean you don't want to vote, doesn't mean you should be just wiped out. That shouldn't happen to you. So my amendment was simply delete Section 5. Now the gentleman has a reverse repeal in here, and I'm confident that we'll continue to work on it, but we don't need to have this moving around this way. I think a great many parts of the bill are helpful. It helps us run clean elections. If people who are not citizens are voting, they shouldn't be voting. We ought to have a way to do something about that. But people who are born and raised and live here, been voting all their lives, missed 2 elections, we shouldn't wipe them off the voting roll. So I would ask that you support the amendment by voting for the amendment. I'll yield for questions.
Jim Hines, Mr. Stamps.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Will your amendment help our active duty military? I know in my situation, I had 2 children that were deployed, and they missed a lot of mail, missed several elections, and would it help them stay on the voter roll?
Well, you know, it's always good to have a veteran, somebody who understands some of the issues that some of us who are not veterans have had to deal with. But that's a perfect example of why this would be harmful to people like that who are actually serving the country, who may not have voted and may be in the midst of something very intense and may not have been able to vote by mail or by absentee. And you wiping them out. I just don't think that's what we ought to do. We ought to provide a clear and easier avenue to protect those people. And I think the spirit of the bill, maybe that's where they want to go, but I think this section needs some work, and I'd like to take it out. And with this reverse repeal and the gentleman going to conference, I think we'll just start from scratch. I would like to see us start from scratch.
Jim from Madison, Mr. Black. You got 30 seconds, gentlemen.
I'll be quick. Thank you, and to you now.
Yes.
In addition to going to the poll to vote for in elections, the voter rolls are used also by the various counties for selecting people to serve on juries.
That's exactly right, yes.
All right, so it is important to scrutinize this section and look closer at it to make sure that we are not overlooking that, so we eliminate people unnecessarily.
That's a great point. He said they also use this to select jurors. And we have a hard enough time right now getting people to serve on juries, having enough people to do that, and you essentially wiping that list away and giving us a smaller pool, and that's very important. We always talk about the courts running efficiently, having people go to trial, putting people away that need to be put away. We can't do that if we find in ways to eliminate people. So I appreciate him bringing that. That is another thing to consider. Thank you.
Recognize the chairman to respond.
Okay, full disclosure. I got this tri-call yesterday afternoon, had it in my truck, and somebody decided they needed my truck more than I did. So my notes were gone. I was not able to review this. This is the exact part of the bill that we tried to take out with this tri-call. I agree with the man's amendment.
All right, question recurs on Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Any further amendments? I don't see any. All right, question now recurs on the strike all. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question recurs on House Bill 1510. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk, by a vote of 95 yeas, 24 nays. Bill passes. Next item, Judd B. I guess he passes. Transportation, number 19, passes. Judd B, number 20, number 21. Guess he passes. Brings us down to number 26, County Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up Senate Bill 2719. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Move adoption of committee substitute.
We don't seem to have a strike all up here, gentlemen.
Okay, for clarification, we passed it right out of our committee, so there is no committee sub for our respect. So this is the supervisor pay bill that we had passed. This is the Senate version. So it comes to us, it's just the same thing. There's a little more terminology. There's a lot of flexibility in it. There are benchmarks on dates where upon passage they can, by a majority vote of the board, increase their salary a certain amount as listed in the bill. And then anytime after 2024, they can bump it another $2,000, and after 2028, they could bump it another $2,000, or they could wait till after 2028 and bump it to $4,000. They don't have to bump it any certain amount in any year, except they can only do it once per year, and it gives them lots of flexibility. They may have a year where they just don't feel like they need to put a greater burden on the taxpayers, and they don't have to take the raise at all. This is it's not a mandate, it's just enabling legislation that allows for periodic pay increases. Mr. Speaker, if there are no questions, I move adoption of the bill.
Question, Jim from Forest, Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I understand it, if this bill passes, does it go straight to the governor?
That's the way I see it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Speaker. Gentleman Hill.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I just read over it as quick as I could. Did this bill require the Board of Supervisors to accept the raise? In other words, it just doesn't go into effect unless they approve that they get it. In other words, they got to ask for it.
Correct. It requires a vote of the majority vote of the Board of Supervisors to enact any of this pay raise. They cannot use state funds for this. It has to come from local revenue. They can only do it once per year. They cannot do it in the last year of the term, or which would be an election year.
Okay, but we're not just giving it to them. They got to say it's there, and we can take it, but we got to ask for
Exactly.
it.
This is enabling legislation, no mandate.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2719. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 104 yeas and 8 nays. Bill passes. Takes us now to item 27, tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up House Bill 1487.
You're recognized.
In the Tourism Committee this year, we have voted for a new state song, Out with the Old and In with the New. We have a new flag, and now we're going to have a new song, hopefully. This song is written by Steve Azar, One Mississippi. We showed it at the beginning of the session. I hope everybody loved it, and I hope you will support this bill, and that's my explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions, gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Speaker. Lady Yield.
Yes, sir.
I guess I missed it at the first of the session. I'm not familiar with the song. Can you sing a few bars of it?
I would, but you really don't want to hear that.
We're trying to pass the bill, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Jim from Hines, Mr. Crudup.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentlelady Yield.
Yes, sir.
I guess I appreciate the intent of this, but how did we come up with picking this song as our state song?
What we did is we had several entries. We had 3, and I will say to you that there were 2 other really, really good songs, but our committee voted on this song.
Okay, because I've heard from, I guess, some other people, there's a lot of musicians I heard that said they didn't hear about this contest, that we just picked this song, that there was no kind of public information about it. I mean, we have a lot of great songwriters, Grammy producing folks all across the state, and how did we come about to pick this person?
Well, I had talked to the Singer-Songwriting Guild on the coast, and if you have been on my committee, because most of my members have known, we've been looking at this for several years in a row. And these were the 3 that were sent in. They were well done. They sent videos. So 1 from the coast, 1 or 2 from North Mississippi. So if they didn't hear about it, I apologize. I'm a registered nurse at my full-time job, and I was given no budget. And when I'm not in this room for 3 months, I'm working in the middle of a pandemic. So if I didn't do it well, I apologize.
Well, like I said, I appreciate the intent, but I think that we have a lot of other folks that want the opportunity to be able to have their song heard as well. And so that's...
Well, we can have more than 1 state song if they'd like to send it. I don't think there's a rule about that.
Well, with you, I would say, in Georgia, we have, Georgia has a great song by Ray Charles. Other folks have great songs that are pretty recognizable. And, Mr. Azar, I think he's a fine gentleman, but I don't think this is a song that we should be choosing right now at this time. Would I say?
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
I do have one other. I would ask that we table this bill.
Okay. Motion is to table. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Any further questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1487. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote of 95 yeas, 12 nays, the bill passes. Brings us down to item 29, education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask that we skip item 29 and go to item 30 on the calendar.
Okay.
No. What item is that? I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I said that incorrectly. Skip item 28 and go to item 29 on the calendar.
Correct.
I'll get it right eventually.
That's what your chairman told me, so I was.
Yes, that's what I meant to say.
Okay, item 29. House Bill 1059. You want that one?
Yes, sir. That is the one I
committee
want.
sub.
I do want the committee sub.
Chairman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. You recognize.
All right, I'll yield to the gentleman from Harrison for an explanation of the bill.
Gentleman from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Vice Chairman, and ladies and gentlemen of the House. House Bill 1059 deals with the alternate route licensure, and basically what the bill does is allow for MDE to implement a 3-year performance-based teacher preparation program for alternate licensure. It also has some cleanup language removing NCATE as an entity to approve alternate route standards as they no longer exist, and it gives MDE the flexibility to modify licensure qualifications if needed. And Mr. Speaker, I do have an amendment at the appropriate time.
You're recognized for an amendment.
Yes, sir. And this amendment simply adds a reverse repealer in case we need to work further on this bill. And Mr. Speaker, that concludes explanation of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Nothing further, sir.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen,
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, will this allow school districts to partner with professionals? So if they want to go have a special skill set like in biology, science, or mathematics, to go into the school districts and work sometime part-time without having a teacher's certificate, would this allow that partnership to work?
Directly speaking, no, that sounds like a great idea, but this does not deal with that scope.
So would you be open to us having some further
That's
discussion?
exactly why we put a reverse repealer in it.
Okay, thank you. Some school districts don't have.
All right, I don't see any further question. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1059. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Let me commend the House for its hard work on the bill. On the calendar. You've done great work this morning. We are going to take a lunch break and review the calendar to see what other items may need attention. Got to get with some chairmen, see what they're going to do with some of the remaining bills on the calendar. So we're going to break for lunch and come back at 2 to see where we are. Announcements, Mr. Clerk. Announcements, Madam Clerk. Announcements by the members. Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Busby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to request unanimous consent to withdraw my motion to reconsider on item 7 of the general calendar, House Bill 1002.
Any objection? Hearing none, we will do that. Gentleman from the floor, Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to hold House Bill number 1510 on the motion.
Okay, we can do that. Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unanimous consent to change my vote on
House Bill 657 from yea to nay.
Any objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Announcement, just want to remind the members to stop by room 113 to grab a lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Gentleman from Lowndes, Mr. Kareem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, could you hold on yesterday's calendar House Bill 521 on a motion to reconsider?
Okay, we can do that. All right, I don't see any further announcements. I recognize the gentleman from Etowamba, Mr. Bell.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in recess to 2 p.m.
Motion is to stand in recess till 2 p.m. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. House in recess till 2 p.m. Please let the House come back to order. We're going to return now to the motion to reconsider calendar. Gentleman from Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 5 on the motion to reconsider calendar, House Bill 1408.
I can't hear you, sir. What now? Speak into that microphone.
House Bill 1408, item number 5.
Yes, sir.
If we could, I'd like to move the table.
Those opposed have 5 minutes. Any opposed? I don't see any. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. All right. Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Arnold, what purpose you seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to withdraw my motion to reconsider on House Bill 1002.
Any objection? Hearing none, we'll do that. We'll go to item 4. Lady from Amit wishes to take that back up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 4, House Bill 592, and move to reconsider the vote by which it failed for purposes of an amendment.
Motion is to reconsider the vote. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The bill is back before the House. Ladies recognized. Got an amendment.
This amendment just simply says, ladies and gentlemen of the House, that this bill or the provisions of the section are only going to apply to child support obligations that are in the jurisdiction of DHS. As you can remember from Monday's discussion, this was the bill that was going to suspend child support payments for non-custodial parents who are incarcerated. The DHS stands to lose approximately 66% of its budget. And for fiscal year 2023, that budget is approximately about $53 million, and DHS would lose about $40 million of its child support funding for that particular program. What this amendment does is just simply says that any cases that are under the purview and jurisdiction of DHS, or if the custodial parent, non-custodial parent is receiving services for DHS, then this bill, this legislation would only apply in those cases. And that's an explanation of my amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Gentleman from Smith, Mr. Tullis, you got an amendment?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I have the clerk read the proposed amendment?
Sure.
I'm sorry.
It's always effective when we do that. Go ahead, Madam Clerk. All right, everybody listen. Madam Clerk's going to read the amendment.
Amendment number 2 by Representative Tullis.
You must have been late to the meeting.
I was, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
But Mr. Speaker, I will read it. If it's going to cause any problems whatsoever, I'll read it.
No. We'll do what you want to do, Mr. Snowden. Go ahead. Read the amendment, Madam Clerk. Y'all pay attention. This may be the last one it's ever read now. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Amend after the period on line 57 by inserting the following. Every 4 months within a 24-month period after expiration of the 60 days described in paragraph A of this subsection 3, the court on its own motion shall assess all factors related to the non-custodial parent's ability to pay in order to determine whether the child support obligations may be increased.
Ladies and gentlemen, what this proposed amendment does is after the individual is released from incarceration, 60 days thereafter, every 4 months, the court will review the income, the expenses of the non-custodial parent for the purposes of determining whether to adjust child support. This will occur for a 2-year period thereafter, and I think this will kind of tie in what we're trying to accomplish here is to ensure that an incarcerated individual is not getting away from their obligation to pay child support. That's an explanation. That's the clerk's explanation of the proposed amendment.
Very good. Questions on the amendment? Jump from DeSoto, Mr. Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would gentlemen yield?
I will.
Gentlemen, on behalf of my colleague from Itawamba County, is this a lawyer amendment?
No, because I wouldn't say it is an attorney's bill, but
thank you, Jim.
I certainly wouldn't be getting involved in something like this.
Jim from Madison, Mr. Black.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, yield?
I do.
Now, every 4 months, I believe is what you said.
That's correct.
Who's responsible for notifying the other party, the father?
It's going to be up to the Department of Human Services.
They'd have to, it's a process to them.
That's correct. As a matter of fact, here's what I foresee happening is Department of Human Services will file their initial petition for review. Once that takes place, the court will enter an order stating to the non-custodial parent that they're going to be required to file an 805 financial statement every 4 months until this 2-year period, or until the court is satisfied that the income of this individual is maxed out or whatever. But to the satisfaction of the court, just so the court can adjust the child support.
The court will have to conduct an evidentiary hearing then.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
The court will have to conduct an evidentiary hearing, will it not?
Well, they're going to conduct a hearing just like any other child support issue. They're going to look at the 805 financial statement and determine, and the 805 financial statement is going to tell the court whatever the income and expenses of this individual is. Yeah, and I guess if an evidentiary hearing will be held.
Well, 805 is not a statement under oath. So the court would necessarily, if it feels necessary, it's necessary, require the production of certain financial records in order to assist the court in determining, the truth or veracity of the 805 statement, correct?
Gentlemen, I apologize. I can't hear you.
All right. The court will have to conduct an evidentiary hearing and perhaps have documents produced or subpoenaed in order to test the veracity and truthfulness of the 805 statement, correct?
That's correct. It's just like it is every Wednesday in the 13th Judicial District, where they subpoena the father to appear to provide financial documents to determine what his or his child support's going to be, whether or not there needs to be an adjustment or a modification of child support. So yeah, it's going to be just like it has always been. It's not going to change anything.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Gentleman's time has expired on his amendment. Question now recurs on amendment. Yes, sir?
I'd like to speak.
Okay. You can speak on the amendment.
I intended to ask the gentleman this question, but actually it's a statement. Now, my experience, and probably your experience too, is that people who are leaving jail have generally no resources, no job, and the burden would be placed on them at this time to either get a lawyer or try to figure out for themselves what they have to do in a courtroom. And if you're doing it by yourself, that's not a good thing. So you're going to have the father, whose obligation is to find a job, get money, and pay child support, begin to pay lawyers and to pay the costs associated with being in court. Now, I understand the gentleman's amendment, what the intent is, but from a practical standpoint, it's not a good thing if you're going to pass the legislation. These people don't have the money to begin with. And I heard the gentleman over there ask if it was a lawyer's bill. The people who will be getting paid are the lawyers and not the kids. This is an unnecessary process if you're going to vote for this bill. You don't need to add additional costs that will not go to the children. Ask to vote against the amendment.
Recognize the presenter, the author, to close.
And an individual's responsibility and obligation started before they went to prison. That's where their obligation was. They broke their obligation. They failed in their obligation. They did it by themselves. They committed the crime by themselves. So what we're trying to do is you have to look at it from the standpoint of the individual that was incarcerated, the non-custodial parent, or the child. What is in the best interest of the child? And this is in the best interest of the child.
All right, question occurs on Amendment 2. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The House is not voting. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. All right. Anything further on the bill?
Final passage, Mr. Speaker.
I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 592. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 86 yeas, 22 nays, the bill passes. All right, we need to revisit the calendar, see if we got anything left. Need a motion to recess subject to call. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. McKnight. You give me a motion to recess subject to call?
Make a motion, recess subject to call.
Motion is recess subject to call. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. House in recess subject